Good evening. Tonight I'm going to test simulcast on the new broadcasting system. I have my Dwarf 3 and my Seestar S Pro, and they're both set up. Now the Seestar's having issues loading pictures. I'm going to have to try to fix that. Let's see what's going on. Now, this seems to be a common problem with the Seestar. I try to fix it by starting it over and I'll show you what's going on. That seems to be stuck on loading images. Now, usually if it doesn't show an image after about a minute, it's stuck, and I have to try some other solutions. There we go. Took it a little longer than usual, but it came back. Now I know I don't have an internet issue. I've checked the internet speed. I have an app on my phone which looks at the strength of the signal, and I put a repeater station out by the scope, so I had a good signal strength right by the scope. So that's not what causes this issue. There's something else in the software, and I've seen it with other Seestars. And it's not always going to happen, but when it does, basically you're going to have to try a number of things to get it to load. One is wait, be patient. Second option is to take it out of, or stop the imaging, go back to search, do another go-to, and then try to go to the same object, and maybe then it will come back. Another trick I use is I take it, I stop the imaging, and I go to scene mode, and if it loads an image on that, then I could come back and see if it'll load an image on stargazing mode. Another option is to go to planetary mode and then go after the most visible planet that's highest in the sky, and then if it loads that image, then you come back to stargazing mode, choose that planet, and then do a go-to, and if it images that planet, then it seems to unstick it. Last but not least, the last thing I try is a complete restart. I restart the Seestar, and I close out the Seestar program on my iPad and then restart it, and sometimes that works. But fortunately, the time factor worked, so we're in good shape. So now I'm going to set my parameters for the dwarf. We'll just pick dual band, and shutter speed. I'm going to be consistent with the Seestar. I'm just running 15. I'm not really trying to push the exposure time. I just want to collect some data and see how the broadcast works. Set my gain to 80. And I leave it on 999 because I can stop it anytime I like. And dwarf goes through the initialization. So let's patiently wait and see what sort of objects we get. I'm trying out my new webcam. This has a higher resolution than my old one. Background image you see is an image I processed that was from a Celestron Origin, and that is the Rosette Nebula. And I do really like the colors, so I chose to use that as my background. Okay, so we went to the right object we're imaging. There we go, starting to stack. Now again, I have looked at the internet speed at the telescope, and it's fine. My bandwidth is fine. I've checked it. I should have no issues broadcasting. Although it says I've had some drop frames. So I think I'll work on that. I think it's the dual broadcast I have. Yesterday when I tried this, I just did the rig, and I had no issues. But now I'm pulling in two telescopes, and I'm going to max resolution. I'm trying to simulcast multiple things. I have 2 telescopes on my home network. I've got my computer, which is doing the broadcasting. Everything's tied into my computer though. I'm using either USB or an HDMI. So I have an HDMI for my Dwarf 3. I'm using a USB connection and a casting program that's called Power Mirror that is picking up the Seestar S30 and it looks like I'm still dropping frames. I'm not sure if it looks choppy or not, but let's take a look. What you see with the Seestar is a quirk that I seem to get on all my Seestar telescopes. I have 3 of them, but when I go to an object, like before I was on M42, and now I'm going to the Horsehead Nebula, when it starts up, it shows the old object as an image. And I generally have to wait, and if it changes the image within a minute or so, then we're okay. The Seestar is a quirk that I seem to get on all my Seestar telescopes. I have 3 of them, waiting, hoping that the image shows up. It's taking a while to load the stack. If it doesn't show up, then I have to go through the procedures, try the simple one first, then go to the next one, and I have several steps until I hit the drastic one, which is basically restart both the scope and the app. So let's hang on just a bit and see if the Horsehead Nebula starts showing up. Now I'm going to go outside and I'm going to measure the sky quality with my sky quality meter. I have a feeling it's not going to be good. The moon is high and it's bright and the sky is clear. did measure the sky quality with my unihedron sky quality meter, and it is 15.01 mags per arc second squared. And if you translate this, it's going to be Bortle 9. this is another thing that happens with the Seestar occasionally. When you denoise, the image basically gets stuck. I don't know what else to call it, it's just plainly stuck. I give it a few minutes, and then if it doesn't show up, then my next step is to, and I've given it enough time, I go back, let's stop the stacking, and then I'm going to wait till it, there it is, it stopped stacking. I'm going to exit. Moving very slow. I'll go to Album, Seestar. It should have loaded that image, and we'll see it here if it's not going to get stuck on this. Okay, we're good. I open up that image. And once I'm open, then you see the magic wand in the upper right-hand corner. I can then denoise the image, and we'll go through the denoising process again. The upload time for the Dwarf is also slow. You probably noticed that when we were doing the Great Orion Nebula. So, even though I've gone out and I've looked at my Wi-Fi analysis app, my signal strength's good. I haven't measured download or upload speeds at different points, but I'll probably do that. Usually, if I go into the album and I denoise there, it will download and you'll see an image. There it is. So this trick worked, and then we can go ahead and we can adjust the image using the tools that you have with the Seestar. And put a little contrast in, a little brighter so the horse head stands out, and then I adjust the exposure to give it, excuse me, a little red. So you can see there's nebulosity, or there should be. The Horsehead and Flame Nebula show mostly hydrogen alpha emission. You might be able to see a little oxygen in the flame nebula, because it is, you can see a little bit of white or blue. Now, if you put filters on the Seestar, I've done this experiment. You can buy a filter set, and I believe it's Aperture that sells, or not a filter set, but a filter holder, and a lens cap from Aperture, and I could put the filter into the slot right at the top of the lens, and then I can put a 2-inch filter on that, and I could do a similar experiment with the Seestar as I did with my rig last night. So you can try like a C1 or a ASCAR C1, Color Magic C1 filter, and a Color Magic C2 filter to try to get the hydrogen, sulfur, and oxygen components. I may try that again using the Seestar to see if I can get a better composite image, but that'll be for a future time. I'm not planning on doing that tonight. I wish Dwarf put tools into their software that would allow you to adjust contrast. I think with a bit more contrast and saturation, this image could look pretty nice. Now I can, of course, take this image and adjust it in Photoshop, which I probably will do later, but it would be nice to have that feature right here. So if you're listening, Dwarf Lab, why don't you do something like Seestar, where you put some very basic tools on your denoised image, so I could adjust brightness, contrast, and saturation. Well, next up I'm gonna try Pleiades. Well, last night I had some trouble with it. I have some trees, and I think Pleiades starts to get into interference from the tree, but I think it happened at a later time. I think maybe I have about an hour, but we'll see. Give it a try. Well, that was the Seestar, and in the new update, it does describe the deep space object that you're going to, so that was the explanation for the Pleiades, or M45. I think it's a great tool for star parties or for demonstration. Now we play the wait and see game and hope that the Seestar does bring up the object. Like I say, or I said before, what I do is I give it some time to load the image so that you can see the stacking. And then I have about 4 other tricks that I try. And we'll go through them one by one if this doesn't work. But waiting is the first step. Well, I think I'm going to go outside by the telescope and I'm going to do an internet speed test, and I'll tell you the results. I'm not sure if this is due to slow Wi-Fi or if there's another issue, but I've seen this happen with the Seestar when I haven't had a heavy load on bandwidth with my internet, so I'm not sure why it does this, but bear with me. I'm going to go do an internet speed test and I'll come back and let you know what the results are. Well, I'm back with results. My download speed was excellent, very fast, 164.1 megabits per second. Uploads where I had an issue, 13.3 megabits per second. Now, 13.3 megabits per second still should be fast enough to download an image, given the image is maybe 2 megabytes, 3 megabytes. So the issue probably is with the Seestar software. Like I said, I've seen this when I had no other load on the internet. And yeah, I'm just wondering, I'm not the only one that has seen this, but it just seems like an issue with the software in Seestar. wasn't here when the image came back, or became visible with Pleiades and the Seestar. But, you know, I got back here maybe 2 minutes ago, so, and I left here to measure internet speed about 4 minutes, so somewhere in between 4 and 5 minutes, the stacking image showed up. So that kind of gives you a range as to when you should give up on the Seestar stacking correctly and providing an image. Now, when we went over how I do troubleshooting, I said I usually give it a couple minutes and then I go to the next step. But yeah, this took probably about 5 minutes for the image to go from loading to actually showing an image of the Pleiades. And like I said, the internet speed I measured was sufficient to upload this. You know, it was over 13 megabits per second at the scope. My download speed was phenomenal, like 160 megabits per second, so it was really excellent. And the speed test, of course, rated by internet as fast. So to get a fast internet speed at my scope, which is located at a pretty far distance from my router, I basically set up an Eero network, and I have an Eero right next to the telescope. So it extends my internet out into my yard, and I didn't get the fancy Eero, the one that's built for outdoors. I don't keep anything outside that requires an outdoor Eero, and I only image when the weather's acceptable and clear. So I just use an indoor Eero, and I use aperture power supply, which I can plug the Eero into, so it's got an AC outlet, and it picks up the internet signal from my house and brings it to the telescope. And when I set up my network, I basically went around looking at signal strength. I used an app, there are several apps that I have used, but a specific one that I like Wi-Fi Analyzer. So basically I use Wi-Fi Analyzer to figure out where to put the node, and then I go outside to where I usually put my scopes or set my scopes up in, and I measure the strength of the internet or Wi-Fi signal at that point. And I can't recall what they recommend for Eero, but you have to have some sort of a minimum signal strength at your node in order for Eero to amplify the signal. And I basically have set points in my yard where I can locate the Eero. And you know, the internet from my home is strong enough so that the Eero sits on a node and can amplify the signal. Uh, I also, at those points, I use a program called Observer Pro, and I use that to basically map out my skyline and figure out when objects are within my range of visibility or if they're blocked by trees or buildings. And so at those points, I do have the data stored for my sky view on Observer Pro, and I know exactly where I'm going to put my arrow. So I could get very good internet speeds at the nodes outside, and I shouldn't have any issues with upload or download speed. So again, I just have seen Seestar load stacking images very, very slowly, regardless of how strong my internet is or how much bandwidth I have. But anyway, we'll just be patient. I guess the image will show up. I'm gonna repeat the measurement that I made for sky quality using the unihedron sky quality meter. But anyway, the reading was 15.01 mags per arc second squared. And if you go to the conversion factor for mags per arc second or sky quality measurements to Bortle, that is solidly in Bortle 9. Normally, if I were in a new moon, my sky would have readings of probably high 18s, which would put it in Bortle 6. So the moon makes a huge difference. It's bright, and it's, you know, pretty high up, almost straight up. So it's going to have an effect. Now, the Seestar, unfortunately, did not, it automatically chooses a filter for you, and I did not pay attention to that. I should have really put dual band filters on. I think the image would have, image isn't bad, but I think it could be better. Now on the Dwarf 3, that's something that once you set it, you have to change it. So I've got it set for a 15-second exposure, gain of 80, and a dual band filter. Now, I guess I don't see a lot of difference in the two images. Maybe there's a bit of a gradient on the upper right-hand corner of the Seestar image, which makes sense. That would be in the direction of the moon, according to the way I've oriented, or the way the camera oriented itself. Let's see if I see a gradient on the Dwarf. It doesn't look bad. Filter did have some impact, I think. So let's see if I can give it a little bit of, oops. I'm going to give it a little bit of contrast. See if we can, there. No, too much. Manipulating the curve with the Dwarf, and the finger is not the best tool, but I think I improved the image somewhat. Now when we denoise this, this could be okay. And if you photoshopped it, I think you'd have a decent image. Now to talk about some differences, I think one of the things is that the Dwarf 3 has a camera capable of 4K, and it uses an IMX678 sensor, which is a pretty good sensor. And then the Seestar Pro uses an IMX585. And this is, of course, uncooled. Both are uncooled. The 585, that's basically the same sensor that I have with my ASI Air 585, or ASI 585 Air. And that is the camera that I use on my rig when I am on, when I take it on the road. And it is a really nice camera. It doesn't have the highest field of view, but if you match it up with a pretty good scope, like I have an aperture AP09 or AP90 of 90 millimeter. It's a triplet, and I have a field flattener, one-time field flattener, and I also have a 0.8 reducer. Oops, calls coming in. I keep getting crank calls. Yeah, just a darn sales call. Well, anyway, the 585 is a pretty decent sensor, and it's interesting that the Seestar S30 Pro uses it. You can get some very good results. I think it works really well if you have darker skies. But you know, 580 ASI 585 Air gives you very, very good results paired up with the right telescope. And the Dwarf's sensor, the IMX678, you know, I like the sensor. I think it's pretty decent, low noise. I wish the Dwarf would put more tools for dealing with image quality. I've got a problem here. I'm using an Elgato card, and this kind of creeps up on me now and then where it splits the image, and what I try to do is, well, we do a deactivation and a reactivation, see if it goes back. There it is. I guess there's a software glitch with Elgato. But if you happen to have a setup like this on your computer, and if you're interested, I could go through the specs. You know, normally I build my own computers, but I had a hand injury, so it's not easy for me to do fine work anymore, so I spec'd it out and purchased it from Cyber Power. And I have an Intel 9 24 core. I have a Vita 570 graphics card with 12 gigabytes. And I've got an Elgato card for basically plugging my iPad controller into to give you the image you see. And I have a ton of memory on this since I want to stream at 4K. So it's got 64K RAM memory, so it's got a fast processor. It's got liquid cooling, so it's a pretty good setup, a lot better than the one I had before, the one I built about 5 or 6 years ago. And I kept having an issue with it. It would essentially just show an error and restart, and it would happen during streams. So a lot of those streams I had to pull off, but I got tired of trying to fix it. I think it's something in the motherboard that's gone bad, and I couldn't rebuild it. So now I have a new system to play with, a new toy. And I'm learning the quirks. The Elgato is kind of a new quirk. The fact that it'll split the image occasionally. And the way, I don't have two Elgato cards, so what I do to get a simulcast is I use a mirroring program. I have a couple of them that I've used. I have a power mirror, and basically what I do with a power mirror is I set it up so that it uses a USB connection to my iPad that controls the Seestar 30. And when I set up video quality, a power mirror does not do 4K exactly. I take it to the highest quality, but I think I've looked at this on a big screen and it gives a reasonable image. Even though they say a power mirror can stream several devices at once, I found that it doesn't really do that good of a job. I don't think I've ever successfully done a power mirror on 2 units hooked up through a USB. What I have done is I've used a power mirror where it's one unit is on USB, and then I use Wi-Fi for the second. But I find that to be unstable, so I ended up looking at other options, and AirDroid Cast can run simultaneously with a power mirror. So if I do multiple casts, I'll use a power mirror for one and AirDroid for another. And I think in the past you've seen me do 4 different casts, and that was a trick. But what I've done is I've used reflector for one, a power mirror for another, AirDroid cast, and then for the third one, or the fourth one, I used I'll have to get back with you on that. I haven't used it for a bit because it's an Android specific system, which allows you to use a USB connection to your computer, and then it'll broadcast the Android. But that's how I was able to do 4 at once. But now I could pretty much do 4, I believe, using Elgato card and my 3 casting programs, a power mirror, reflector, and AirDroid cast. And I think it'll be stable. I'll experiment with it and see if I can do it. But I will most likely not be able to broadcast in 4K. What I would probably have to do is cut down my resolution, maybe take it down to HD. Well, anyway, that's the computer side of this. I'm going to go ahead and I'll denoise the images. Well, I don't know if you saw that, but on the denoise it kind of crashed. So we'll try a different method to get it to denoise. First I stopped the live stacking. Then I exit, if it allows me to do that. There we go. We go to the album, and we pick Seestar, and there you see the Pleiades. I open it, and it is loading, and again, I know people will say that your internet speed is not acceptable, but I went out to the node and measured internet speed, and it downloads at 164 megabits per second, and it uploads at about almost 14 megabits per second. So whatever is causing that issue is not internet speed or bandwidth, because I have plenty of bandwidth. So from the album I go ahead and use the magic wand to denoise. And usually this works. We'll see. And the image is uploading to the S30 Pro. Like I said, it's slow. I don't give up on it easily. I let it. Well, as you saw in the earlier part of the video, when I went out to measure internet speed, it took about 5 minutes for an image to load. Stellar Studio is uploading. Now I figure for the Dwarf, Stellar Studio at times has been rather slow in doing uploads and processing. Like right now there's one task waiting, so I have seen it where there were hundreds of tasks ahead of me. But fortunately we were just in line with one, and that happened, or it changed over to processing. There we go. Not too bad. Again, I wish we had just the basic tools for image processing, you know, brightness, contrast, and saturation. You can make this image look so much better, but we don't have those tools. So if I go back into Stellar Studio, pull it out, here's the before, here's the after. So it did a reasonable denoising job. I usually like to watermark these. This gives me a record of what I have done. So I'll save it in 2 spots. I don't want to take a prior one. Let's just do a save image. Dwarf is much quicker. And as you can see, we're still waiting on the Seestar, and it's been well over 5 minutes. And I used all the tricks in the book that I know, other than reducing my load on the internet bandwidth. And again, I just don't think that's the issue. My internet speed is just fine by the node. Well, we'll just have to worry about denoising this later. In the meantime, I'm going to set up the next object. So the next one is NGC 1499. For some reason, the S30 Pro is being stubborn about uploading the image. There we go, finally. You saw what I did. I had to do this twice. Very frustrating, but it does you can see it does a much better job in denoising. I'll give a little brightness and contrast. Let's put a little saturation in. There we go. We can see the brown dust clouds right there at the bottom. There we go. We'll keep that for a record. And we'll go to $14.99. I do have the dual band filter on the Pro, and the Dwarf I've also got a dual band, so H alpha should stand out. Now we go through the waiting game, hoping that the Seestar uploads the stacked images. And I started up the Dwarf. So interestingly enough, the Dwarf 3 goes through an initialization process. So not only does it track, but goes through a tracking process, but it goes through an initialization process. And now we are stacking. I'm curious to see how long it takes the Dwarf to upload its stacked images. And we're still loading with the Seestar Pro. And it's been over 2 minutes. There you go, Dwarf loaded. And see the difference here, your Dwarf has about 8 megapixel images, and the Seestar is about 2 megapixel. So you saw how quickly the first stack image for the Dwarf uploaded. It's 4 times the size of the Seestar. So from this, you can tell or surmise that it's not internet speed that's the issue. Oh, if the Dwarf, and trust me, I measured the speed at both scopes, and they're really at the same point. I put the node between the 2 scopes, so they're basically getting Seestar is Seestar specific. And as I have mentioned before, even in situations where the Seestar is not competing with other resources on internet bandwidth, I still see this behavior. Now, earlier in the broadcast, while the Seestar was slow in uploading, there it goes. It took 5 minutes for the Seestar to upload its first stacked images. And again, I think that is Seestar specific, a bug of some sort. And if SWO is listening or ZWO is listening, you need to fix it. Well, let's sit back and watch. This is a little bit of a dim nebula, so we're going to have to collect quite a few frames. Yeah, I'm back. I remember the name of that mirroring program I used that worked with Android, and it's Screen Copy, SCRCPY, and it was the only way that I could actually do my broadcast using a Unistellar. And to talk about the problem with the Unistellar, it doesn't have its own hotspot. Or I'm sorry, it has a hotspot, but it has no way to interact with your home network like the Seestar or Dwarf. So you connect to the Unistellar hotspot with, say, an Android or iOS type of device, and what you're able to do, well, in order for you to be able to mirror that screen for a broadcast, you have to use a program that will interface with your controller to the computer by cable, a USB cable, and then you have to have a program that will mirror. And Screen Copy was free, and it was usable when I first started doing this. I don't think any of the other programs that I talked about, Power Mirror, Reflector, or AirDroid at that time could mirror a screen through USB. You could only interface with it, with those programs back in the day when I started, through Wi-Fi. So if your scope didn't have the ability to connect to your home Wi-Fi, then you couldn't use AirDroid, Reflector, or Power Mirror, or for that matter, any of the other screen copy programs out there. I went through all of them, and I can't off the top of my head name them all, but I picked those three because of their stability. Now, Screen Copy was not the best program. It was pretty buggy, but it was the only way I could actually do what I wanted to do, and that is mirror the Unistellar controller so that I could broadcast it. And that's how I did my early broadcast. Now, since then, both Power Mirror and AirDroidcast have implemented USB connections. It's not only Wi-Fi, but I've been experimenting with both those programs, and they're pretty stable in both Wi-Fi and USB. And both of them also interface with the iOS systems through the screen mirroring function in the iOS apps. And that really made Screen Copy irrelevant. I don't even have it on this new system. But I pretty much just depend on either a Power Mirror, Reflector, or AirDroid, and then as I stated, I also, on my new broadcast system, I have an Elgato card, which allows me to interface any of my iOS system or units, controllers, via HDMI, and I also have a Google Pixel, which is an Android. I haven't tried it, but it works. It's more, I think Elgato was designed for Android, so it'll certainly work. Anyway, all of my controllers now can be interfaced with, the 3 programs I have in Elgato, so screen copies become irrelevant to me. That's why I forgot the name, but it was very frustrating working with when I first started. Maybe I want to forget the name. But I have to say that broadcasting has become a lot better with the programs that they have and the improvements they've made. Well, I have 20 minutes of images. I think, it's true, the more data you take, the better, but we can see what these images look like now. I'm just going to go ahead and denoise, and we'll see whether or not the S30 Pro will load the denoised image. I'm going to make a comment here, and I hope Dwarf Lab is listening, but I like the fact that on the Seestars I can denoise and I don't have to stop the stacking. With the Dwarf, I have to stop. And as you can see, I'm going through a process where I did a long press on the start button, and it's thinking now. I guess it's loading the image, the stacked image, and then it gives me capture complete. And if I decided that the image was not good enough, I can't really start the stacking again in Dwarf. I can take the, oh my gosh, the Seestar loaded the image. That surprised me. Well, anyway, getting back to the Dwarf, I can't go back to the image and start stacking again within the Dwarf. I have to download the files, and then I have to stack all of my images using PixInsight or some other stacking program, and that's the only way I could do it. So here it's what you see, it's what you get, so I can't go back, and I think this is something Dwarf should be able to fix. So Dwarf Labs, if you're listening. It would be nice if you implemented a denoise feature that doesn't interfere with stacking. I don't know if you caught that, but Dwarf did not go to Stellar Studio. I had to essentially stop tracking and then do an album to get back into Stellar Studio, and now I got the image and I can, well, no, I'm not exactly in Stellar Studio. It's odd. Let's try to go back. There it is. I don't understand that, why you can press album on the viewing page or stacking page, and it doesn't take you to this. But I can get to Stellar Studio by going back and getting out. So now I'm in Stellar Studio and I can denoise. That's a bug. Well, if you compare the images, you know, what I see is they're both pretty good. I wish I had brightness, contrast, and saturation tools on the Dwarf like I do on the Seestar. Now, I did adjust brightness, contrast, and saturation to my taste. I like to see a little bit of the nebula around, or the nebulosity around the nebula, California nebula. And I think I retained that. And I like the H alpha to and sulfur to I like it to be a bit more saturated, so I adjusted that. But if you look at the Dwarf 3 image, of course field of view is better. Well, no, it's probably similar, but resolution makes sense because this is a 8 megapixel sensor. It's got a lot of potential, but I'm going to have to Photoshop it. And if I had a little bit of basic tools, just 3 of them, I could clean that up and it would look good. So if you're doing demos, that would help. I think Seestar's got that nailed, but the Dwarf is still absolutely excellent. You know, looking at the stars in the corner. I can't expand it, but from what I can see, they're really nice. Nice round. Colors are nice. So it did a decent denoise, and I don't know, you probably can't see it on your screen, but maybe you can since this is in 4K if you blew it up on a larger screen. The nebulosity around the California nebula is really nice. I like the image. Basically, a little time on Photoshop will work wonders. But anyway, I am going to go on to the next target, which is going to be NGC 281, the Pac-Man Nebula. I like that one because it's got some oxygen in the center. So if you watch my broadcast from last night, when I used my rig and I used the ASCAR Color Magic C1, C2. You know, C2 was the sulfur oxygen filter, and the oxygen really stood out. Nice teal blue. It was lovely. I'm going to put those images in PixInsight and process it because I can separate out hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur and combine them. And I could do a Hubble palette, and I'm sure the Pac-Man's going to look pretty good. But what I'll do is we'll go to the Pac-Man, and it should be okay at this hour because it was last night. NGC, oops, 281. It's 23 degrees, but I can still catch it. I think I'm okay with that. I don't think the trees will interfere until much later. Anyway, you'll be able to see on the wide angle lens if I have any interference. It's just doing a calibration now, so it's hitting the building, the house, and then it'll calibrate, start pointing to the sky. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a tree line just below where it's tracking Pac-Man. But I think we'll be good, at least for a half hour. So let's go ahead and start. Well, Seestar has spoken. I kind of like that feature because if you do demos, they do a pretty good summary. And now we wait and hope that the stacked images load. And as you saw from, if you have been watching prior imagings of other deep space objects, went up to 5 minutes. And in the past I usually got impatient at about 2 minutes, and I would essentially go through my list of things to do. Like I had 5 things to try to coax it into loading images quicker. And then the drastic of the last straw was restarting the app and restarting the Seestar. But I guess if you exercise patience, the Seestar generally will load the image, the stacked image. And again, let's just look at the Dwarf 3. That's a much larger image, 8 megapixel versus 2. And both of the telescopes are equidistant from my internet node. So I have done this. I've gone out, I've measured internet speed at both the base of the Seestar and the base of the Dwarf. And there's a negligible difference, so it's not internet speed, download or upload speeds, that is causing the slow upload of images on the Dwarf. It's something different. It's a software bug, and I've gone through this explanation before, but I see this in the Seestar quite a bit, even when my internet has absolutely no load on it. It's full bandwidth. I believe it's a bug in the new firmware upgrade. Now, I'm not sure if I'm using, I do some beta testing for the Seestar software, so I'm not sure if I've got a beta version on, or I'm pretty sure it's the beta. I don't think they have updated firmware and software. Or maybe they have. Maybe it's automatically downloaded the files. But anyway, that's a bug. Now we're already 3 minutes and 20 seconds into this and still no image. And tonight we've gone as long as about 5 minutes before we got an image. So at what point do you lose patience and go through other trouble? There it is. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Now that's slow, and that is a big issue. If you are a person who just purchased a Seestar and you saw this, you'd think the system was broken, and you'd be calling for customer support. I hope anyone that has purchased a Seestar and is not familiar with the bugs in the system, I hope you're watching this and just be patient. Give it time to upload the image. Like I said earlier, it took about 5 minutes for one of the stacked images to finally upload. And that's the first time I've ever really taken it out that long. I usually got impatient at around 2 minutes. And what I've learned tonight is that 2 minutes may not be enough. The last 2 images were over 3 minutes before they loaded. So you may wait as long as 5 minutes, and if you're very patient, you might take it out to 10 before you try troubleshooting. point out something here. If you look at the Dwarf 3 image, both have dual band filters. Both images, but you'll notice that on the Dwarf 3 there's a gradient. It kind of looks like a rainbow. There's a streak of red on the right hand side and a streak of green, and then green gradient on the further to the right. Now if you compare that to the Seestar, I mean, I'm getting a gradient, but I'm not getting the same sort of streaking. The gradient is not due to the moon, because I don't believe the moon is close enough to be doing, well, I have to go out and look. But I do live in the middle of a city, and there's a road to the north with street lights. There's a company located just across the street. They have lights blaring, and neighbors' houses have porch lights on. So I'm just not sure what's causing the gradients that we're seeing. But I can tell you this, that the Seestar doesn't exhibit nearly as bad a gradient, which is interesting. Well, anyway, I may just go take a look and see what's going on. Figuring out where I know what tree line this is above, generally. And I think Moon's position, I think, is kind of drifting towards the west. The tree line's towards the west. Well, I'm going to check it out. I'll report back. Okay, I've checked it out. Both telescopes are no more than 3 feet apart. Because when I do these comparisons, I like the scopes to really be looking at the same part of the sky. And I want them to be close together. and the moon is almost directly overhead. Pac-Man is towards the north, or no, yeah, it'd be northwest. Tree line is towards the northwest and north, but where this is pointing is northwest. And you can see a street lamp. And the street lamp, you can see the light kind of streaking upwards, and I believe that's where this noise is coming from. Now let's see. Cam Jam Gamer. Which one do you like better? Gee, that's a hard question. Because under certain circumstances, they both perform well. I like the 4K capability of the Dwarf. I like the Dwarf chip. It has a IMX678, so it's a chip that was developed for security sensors, but it's high resolution, low noise. It's 8 megapixel, so if you look at the image, it covers quite a bit. Nice large rectangular image, and you get, I don't know the number off the top of my head, pixels per arc second, but it's really pretty decent. I think it's around 2.7, but I can't recall exactly. And I absolutely love the 585 sensor, IMX 585 in the Seestar Pro. I talked about this earlier, but the 585 is what goes into the ASI Air 585, or ASI 585 Air, which is a camera that I own, and I use it as my travel camera for my rig. It has an ASI Air embedded in the back of the camera, so that in essence I don't have any cables I have to worry about. Most everything's embedded in the camera. It's got a guide scope, it's cooled, has a hotspot, makes it's a really wonderful breakthrough in terms of not having to deal with cabling. But speaking of the 585 chip, yeah, it doesn't have as many pixels in it. It's smaller. It's form factor, you can see it's much different. It's only 2 megapixel, but low noise. Look at the clarity of that picture compared to the Dwarf. They're both looking at the same part of the sky. They're both seeing the same interference from the street lights, but the 585 seems to give me a cleaner image, and I can't attribute that to the SWO filter versus the Dwarf filter. I have looked at specs for both, and at least on paper they look similar, but filters are an interesting beast because you can have manufacturers publish, the same kind of specs. You look at the curves and transmissivity, etc., width of the transmission peaks, and they look the same, but when you take them out to the field, their performance differs, and that's due to many factors, quality of materials being used, the glass, the quality control. I know that the Lazy Geek has a spectrophotometer, and he measures the actual width of the transmission curves for filters, and he does see variations as to what is claimed and versus what you actually get. So I guess from that point of view, I can't say that for sure that the filter's not causing that problem. I can't differentiate the two scopes based on how they perform in certain situations. Dark sky, they both perform well. Even in light polluted cities, as long as that light source isn't really close to what you're looking at. Like earlier images I took using the Dwarf 3 and the Seestar, the images were fine. You can clean them up with Photoshop and they look pretty good. But in this circumstance, where the light source is close, I see some differences. It could be that, the Dwarf actually has a little bit of a lip on it, so it kind of blocks photons that come off at a weird angle. And that might be the difference, whereas the Dwarf's really shallow. And those photons aren't blocked by anything. I suppose if I had some sort of a dew shield that I could put on a Dwarf, and I'll throw this out for anybody that's listening, if you want to find a way to print a dew shield and have it magnetize at the bottom like the solar filter for the Dwarf, so that you could put it on and kind of block rays coming in from the side. You might be able to clean up images like this one, but I have not seen that product for a Dwarf 3, but that product is available for the Seestar 30 Pro, Seestar 30 and Seestar S50. And the dew shield, and I actually bought some of them, and they're pretty long. They're maybe 3 inches long, and they block the stray light very well. But I don't have the dew shield on right now. It's a warm night on the Seestar. Well, okay, so I get a split signal. This is something that, if you noticed, the Dwarf image, the image split, and that's an artifact to the Elgato card. It occasionally does that, and I have to go in to the card, I have to deactivate it, and then I have to reactivate it, and that cleans up the image. and the split. Yeah, I would recommend the Seestar. But again, depends on what you want to do. Dark skies, they both work well. But if you want to do daytime photography, the Dwarf can do things the Seestar can't. It can track objects. In terms of panoramas, I think it does a very good job. So, in terms of the usability of the scope for many applications, Dwarf has a much higher usability in daytime photography, and of course you can use it for nighttime. The Pro, they did put a wide angle lens on it that's better than the Dwarf's, so you can do better Milky Way shots with the Seestar 30 than you can with the Dwarf, but you could still do Milky Way shots with the Dwarf 3. You just don't get as wide an angle. If you go back to videos I did a couple nights ago, I did a Star Trails video, and both of them did an exceptional job. I focused on, again, I have a light source to the north of me, so I focused on Polaris, and then I did Star Trails for about 4 hours, and the images were similar. The Dwarf, of course, having a larger field of view, picked up more Star Trails, but I'd say you can't go wrong with either scope. What would I do if I had to choose one? If you twisted my arm, I'd probably go with the Seestar Pro. That's not saying anything against the Dwarf 3, because it is a very powerful scope, and I would recommend it. If you are into daytime photography and nature photography, then you might choose the Dwarf 3. But I think what tips it for me is the wide angle lens on the Pro for Milky Way shots. I do think that's a selling point that sways me, and that's the only reason I'd pick it. I am hopeful that they make a Pro version of the Seestar 50. A 50mm lens would be awesome. And if they upgraded the chip on the 50, I'm not sure what they'd go with, but you know, the Dwarf 678, there's nothing wrong with it. It's low noise. It's got 8 megapixels, so you put something like that, or a more modern version on the 50, it would be phenomenal scope. And then, of course, Seestar has been talking about a S70 Pro, which, wow, 70mm, that gets to be like a rig. I have a 90mm scope on my rig, and it's very powerful. It does some amazing things, and I've just enjoyed it. I got the best of both worlds because I can, I got 540 millimeter focal length with a it's a 1x flattener because it's a aperture 90 millimeter. It's a triplet, not a quadruplet, so you have to put a flattener on it to get the star fields. And then it comes with a reducer of 0.8, and I've used both. And if you really want to get a narrower field, then the one-time flattener or 1x flattener does a good job. That's what I used last night, and star field looks amazing, edge to edge. And then if you put the 0.8 times reducer on it, you get a much wider field. Your focal length, I think, goes down to 434 millimeter, so you can pick up all of Andromeda, no problem. You can, I think Andromeda would be a good example of a very large deep space object, and I think you can pick up the other big one is the North American Nebula, and with that wide field of view you could pretty much pick up the whole nebula. You can pick up the Elephant Nebula. I mean, it's pretty good. A dwarf can do that too. It's got a wide enough field. I wish that, it was possible to see those now. I don't know when. Gotta go to my app and look at when they'll be visible, or if. But, yeah, North American Nebula is just not going to be possible this time of year. You have a little window, maybe about 4 in the morning, you might be able to catch it. Well, I wouldn't even say 4, 5. At least with my field of view, I've got a tree line that blocks it, but around 5:02 it'll clear the tree line. But if it were a different time of year, we could point it at both of these at the North American Nebula and catch it. And you can see just how powerful the dwarf is in being able to capture these large deep space objects. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm rambling on about my various telescopes, but it's just that they all perform differently, do different things, and do some things well, some things not so well. But overall, getting back to the question, I think I've answered, but I'll just summarize. If I were packing up and wanted to travel light, I would take the Seestar Pro. And I do have a Dwarf Mini, which doesn't weigh anything. I'd pack that too, because I think the Mini, let's see, what chip does it have? It has an IMX678, so it's the same chip as the Seestar S30. So the Mini and the Seestar S30 both use an IMX662. Nothing wrong with that chip. So yeah, I'd pack up the S30 Pro, and I'd probably take the Dwarf Mini as well. Travel light. They both do different things well. Well, I think I've got enough here. So let us denoise and see what we get on the denoise. Oh, I'm sorry it takes so long, but these both have slow processors, so if you're used to doing denoising on a desktop with a very fast processor, that's way more rapid than this. Like if you use either Cyril or Pixinsight, you can use like Graxpert to denoise, that's quick on a desktop. Or Noise Exterminator on Pixinsight, that's fast. But what they do, like in Dwarf, they package their denoiser on some server, and it's called Stellar Studio. And when I access it, I have to upload the image, and I'm not sure, I believe how Seestar does it. I don't think it goes to a server. I think this is embedded in their software program, but anyway, my image is loaded, I can touch auto, and then it uploads to Stellar Studio on a server. And it says 30 seconds, but yeah, I guess initialization is about 30 seconds. Problem comes in when you upload it to the server, and that takes a long time. And then as you can see, looking at the Seestar, the image is undergoing processing right at this point. I don't believe it's at a server. I think it's in their Pi computer as part of their software package. But who knows, I guess, how Dwarf does it is clearly something that you can see. It's got Stellar Studio, but the internal workings of the Seestar, it's kind of hidden from you, so I don't know whether it's a internal package or if they use a server. I tend to believe it has to be internal because I don't have to log into my account in order to get the denoising feature. And generally, if you go to a server, you have to have a login. So it's my guess that this is part of an internal software package in the Pi computer. Or I guess they use a Raspberry Pi computer, so. And as we've seen all night, in this step with this Seestar, it's either going through the denoising routine, and you get this blank, and sometimes it will take 5-10 minutes to load something. And I discussed this earlier. I can tell you again, for anybody that has just started watching, this is not internet download upload speed or the internet strength. The way that I use my telescopes is that I actually put an internet node right next to the telescope. In this case, it's right between them. So the signal strength is equal on both telescopes. And I have measured download and upload speed of the internet at both scopes. And the conclusion is, by the internet testing, speed testing, that it is a fast speed, and it is more than capable of having multiple devices watching HD TV, high definition TV. So it's not an internet issue. What's going on with the Seestar is something internal. Now, what Dwarf Lab does is they upload all the data, or I'm pretty sure it gets stacked on the Dwarf 3 itself and the internal software, and then it's uploaded. The final stacked image is uploaded to a server, which is where Stellar Studio is located. And you get into a queue, and sometimes a queue can be quite long. But right now, there is no queue, and it is doing the processing at that server, and it's telling me it's done the processing. It's got an image for me, and this is the image. And I wish we could focus in, but it does not allow me to do that. Let's see if I can find a way. If I'm not mistaken. No, that's not it. Come back to Stellar Studio, I look at the after picture, and I am able to focus in. And yeah, I clean up the image, put a little contrast in there, a little brightness. You can see nebulosity where it belongs. Stars, nice and round. Even on the, yeah, there's no problem there. We'll look at the problem spots. That looks clean. No, that's round. That looks clean. Yeah, Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this. You put this in a program like Stellar Studio, you can clean this image up really nicely. Or not Stellar Studio, Cyril. That's the free one. I use both Cyril and PixInsight. And if you ask me which one I like better, I have pretty much gravitated to PixInsight. There are certain things Cyril does better, or I like more, but I think PixInsight's fixing it. The hyperbolic stretch on Cyril was better than PixInsight's until recently when they updated and they put in a new hyperbolic stretch, which I like. But I used to process my images where I'd take it to Cyril, do the hyperbolic stretch, and then transfer it back to PixInsight, because I like a lot of the tools in PixInsight. But I'm more and more gravitating to just using PixInsight. Oh, yeah, they've improved PixInsight with multi-gradient or multi-scale gradient correction. That's a really nice tool if the part of the sky you're looking at is mapped and contained in the multi-gradient database. But I understand that they're improving that database. I found that some objects, and I can't recall which one, a nice deep space object that's pretty common was not in their database, and I couldn't use the gradient, multi-scale gradient tool. And then I had to go back to using other tools to try to clean it up. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember which one it was. You know, it was something that M81, that was it. You would think that part of the sky would have been mapped, but no, it wasn't. And so I had to try to clean it up with other tools. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. It wasn't M81. And I keep thinking it was the same night, but it was Macarian's chain. That's what I was having problems getting the gradient out of. Macarian's chain. Huh. Well, anyway. So that image can be really cleaned up, and that would look good. And this isn't really that long, maybe, what, 35, 40 minutes? And you'd have a reasonable image. So there's really, and you can see the gradient's gone. Clean that up. So that's really good too. Now if I come here and I look at the S30, I have waited long enough. It has not denoised. This is 35 minutes of data. Let me go back. I'm going to stop this. I want to show you a trick. This is too common in Seestars, where you do a denoise and then it just sits there and does nothing. And sometimes this little trick works. You open up the album and you pick Seestar, and your images come up that you had taken that night, and you pick the one that you want to denoise. So this is Pac-Man Nebula, and you can see the gradient on the lower right hand side. So I hit denoise, and don't ask me why this trick works. Sometimes it doesn't, but I'd say 60–70% of the time this will work to denoise it. So I denoise it from the album. So at 60 seconds, I'm patiently waiting because I've got it toggled to 4K, so it takes about 60 seconds because of the dithering in 4K. If I untoggled it, I think it takes about 15 seconds unless I do a mosaic. And now it's going through the denoising process. And if you exercise patience, there it is. And you can see the light source very clearly. It's right there on the lower right corner. Now, I don't have enough tools here to really clean it up, but we'll try. Brightness is okay. Let's just try a little contrast. That's not going to do the job. I can clean up something, but not. Let's just work on Pac-Man. Let's try to get Pac-Man. I'm going to work on saturation. I want Pac-Man to stand out. I want to see some oxygen lines, so I want a little bit of white or blue near the eye of the Pac-Man. So if we just focus on that and adjust saturation, you could get some differentiation between H alpha and oxygen. I think that's about all the differentiation I can get. But if I crop that image, you know, this would be okay. And I'll download it. And I might put it on PixInsight and see if I can get rid of the gradient or crop it. But if I compare the image, denoised image I got with the S30 Pro to the denoised image I got with the Dwarf 3, you can see that Stellar Studio just cleaned that gradient up. It was, if I come in here, I wish we had a little bit of a tool to do some saturation here, because I can clearly see, you know, around the eye, the oxygen, and on the edges I can see hydrogen, but I'd like to brighten up that hydrogen, and I'd like to clean up the background. Yeah, you put this in PixInsight, it'll do the trick. This would really, that could be a decent image. Well, for those, the question, which would you prefer, Dwarf 3 or Seestar Pro? When we started this session, I would say that, the unprocessed Dwarf 3 image looked much worse than the Seestar, but you can see what processing has done. So, not too bad. Okay, well, I'm probably going to finish up with one last image for tonight. And I think that M81 is going to, yeah, it's 59 degrees. This is going to be pretty easy to get. We'll let this calibrate and go to M81, and I will pick M81. Well, I'm not sure this is going to work. I think there's a tree line. Let's take a look. I forget the chip that they use in this, but well, tree line's not interfering. I don't see a problem. Let's just go back. If you look here, right in the middle, a very faint bright spot is M81. So I think my parameters are good. Exposure time 15, gain 80, astro filter. Yeah, astro filter will probably be all right. And now we play the waiting game for the Seestar S30 Pro. Remember, it took 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get Pac-Man to show up. And I think it was a Horsehead Nebula where I had a 5-minute wait. And I only decided to let it run for 5 minutes before getting impatient because I wanted to go outside and measure download and upload speeds near the telescopes. And I found that my speed test said it was a fast connection. It was something like 164 download and 164 megapixels, not pixels, megabits per second, and it was close to 14 megabits per second on upload, which should be plenty. And you'll see that since the scopes are close together with the same download upload speed, and the dwarf image is has 4 times as many, let's say, megabytes versus 2. See how quickly the dwarf image came up? So it's at essentially the same internet node, much bigger file, and it comes up. Seestar, we're still waiting. And it's 3 minutes and 10 seconds in. Mind you, last time it took 3 minutes and 30 seconds, so this may take longer. And again, I'm just pointing this out because perhaps somebody from SWO or ZWO is watching. There it is, 3:30. That's a miserable speed, and that has to be internal on the Raspberry Pi computer. So I'm going to basically let this run. We'll collect some data. We'll look at the image. And then you can draw your own conclusions, but again, what scope is better? I can't show you all the features of the scopes and the differing conditions. I can only show you this particular night sky with the bright moon. I have measured the sky quality with the sky quality meter, and tonight it is class or Bortle 9. The SMQ reading was 15.01 mags per arc second squared, which is terrible. That's really Bortle 9. That's like being in the middle of Tokyo. But that's because we have a bright moon and I have all these darn lights around me. So keep that in mind. You're looking at images in an ultra bright sky, and you know, the way the images clean up using the software that each company implemented. there are pluses and minuses. Like with Pac-Man, you saw how SWO cleaned up the gradients, or not SWO, Dwarf cleaned up the gradients really well with Stellar Studio. And even though I had some moderate adjustment tools with the SWO or the Seestar, I did not get rid of the gradient. As a matter of fact, the gradient became more prominent after denoising. So the image cropped well. I mean, you could have cropped the gradient out and it would have been fine. But either image could have gone into PixInsight or Cyril and worked on, and it would have done a good job of cleaning up the rest of the problems. So I don't see any issues using either telescope. And if you don't know how to use Cyril or PixInsight, there are numerous tutorials out there. So I don't go into that. I'm not going to do a tutorial there. Better tutorials out there than I could possibly manage. Needless to say, you can learn to do it. Learning curve on Cyril's probably a little bit easier than the learning curve on PixInsight, even with its most up-to-date tool set. SETI Astro has a nice set of tools that you can put onto PixInsight, and it does make PixInsight a little bit easier. So if you go that route, I think putting the SETI Astro tool set on will simplify your learning curve. There's another really good tool. I think it's called PyMagic. It costs, I think it's $89, but it comes from, I'm gonna have to look this up. I've been playing with it and I like it, because once you learn how to use it, you can quickly process images, and it does a good job. You need PyMagic and you need Adobe Photoshop. But if you don't want to spend the money, then SETI Astro and trying to remember the tool. I used to play with that a lot, and I can't remember it's the freebie Photoshop equivalent. It'll come to me at some point. Let me tell you about PyMagic. PyMagic Studio So you can find it at pymagicstudio.com. And I have played with it, and it's, once you, the learning curve in getting it started is pretty fast. It does a lot of the processing for you. It works with Windows, Mac, and Linux. and then you finish it up on Photoshop. It has its own tool called Magic for Photoshop. And in PixInsight, you need to install the RC Astro suite of plugins: Blur Exterminator, Noise Exterminator, and Star Exterminator. But it does give you an option for Graxpert and Verilux, so those are free. I don't know, or I can't recall how much I spent, but I did put Blur Exterminator, Noise Exterminator, and Star Exterminator on PixInsight, and it did cost. I know it wasn't cheap, and I don't know what it costs now, but it's worth it. Really does a wonderful job. I'm just looking at the website. Yeah, I think the authors come from the Utah Observatory. Well, I bought it because it really simplified my workflow. If you look at my videos, you know I do a lot of imaging, and my backlog of images is so large. If I'd have to write a script myself to really get the workflow simplified, but these guys did it for me, and I like the way that they did it. The workflow is pretty similar to how I would do it, and for the most part, the quality of the images coming out are pretty good. I don't have to do much tweaking. So I highly recommend Magic if you want to reduce your learning curve on PixInsight. But Magic, I think, costs $89. So for a lot of people, that's a lot of money. So again, there are enough free tools out there that you can use that help simplify SETI Astro, Cyril, Graxpert, StarNet. They're all free, and they do a reasonable job. And like I said, I used Cyril quite a bit, where I bounce between PixInsight and Cyril because I happen to like the hyperbolic stretch in Cyril. But now they have a hyperbolic stretch tool that's in PixInsight that's almost as good, and I don't have to bounce back and forth. There was a quirk in Cyril that was an interesting one. If I went through, processed an image, and used Star Exterminator to separate the stars in the starless image, and then I transferred them to Cyril to stretch, then what would happen is the image would become a mirror image of what I had in PixInsight. And I'd stretch it, and then basically I'd use the photometric calibration tool in Cyril, and I would try to get the image back to normal so it wouldn't be a mirror image. And the photometric calibration tool would do that. And then I would save the image as a FITS file, and then I would open it up in PixInsight, and it would come back as a mirror image in PixInsight. And so I had to use the rotational tool in PixInsight, which allowed me to do a mirror image to get it back to the correct orientation. And that was a strange set of steps that I had to take to get, an image that should have been consistent across the two platforms. But for some reason, Cyril would make a mirror image, and I couldn't transfer it back to PixInsight no matter what I did without having it flip again. But so that was one pain in flipping back and forth between the two programs, and maybe that's why I'm happy PixInsight's got a better hyperbolic stretch tool, because I don't like having to go through those extra steps. It slows you down. But if you use one platform consistently, then the image turns out fine. But I don't recommend going back and forth. So stick with, my advice is stick with one. Don't do what I did. And either one's fine. Cyril does a really good job with the free tools. I just happen to like I happen to like Noise Exterminator and Blur Exterminator. Star Exterminator, about the same. But I just happen to like Blur Exterminator and Noise Exterminator, so that's why I primarily use PixInsight. Well, let's look at the images. Again, you're seeing more of a gradient with the Dwarf 3 than with the Seestar. And I know the moon is directly overhead, and let me think, M81 should be almost directly north, maybe a few degrees northwest. So that gradient probably isn't the moon, but the company lights are directly below M81. So my guess is that's the sky shine from lights from the company across the street. And if I were doing this on a new moon, then you wouldn't see the gradient. Well, you still see the gradient. If I were doing this in a, say, Bortle 4 or lower, I wouldn't see that. It'd be pretty clean. So, for me, I live in an area where to get to Bortle 3 or 4, I'd have to drive maybe in there may be one spot within 50 miles where I can hit Bortle 3. And I think I'd have to drive maybe 120 miles to hit between Bortle 2 and Bortle 3. I think there's a dark sky site near Kirksville, Missouri, at a state park. So that would be about 100 miles to 120. And then I also belong to Kansas City Astronomical Society, and they have a dark site, which I believe is about 150 miles. And I'm just trying to think of, I mean, if you look at a light pollution map, I'm just trying to think of any other areas that I can go to, but it's not easy to find anything. But anyway, it's a road trip for me to get better skies than what I have. So the gradient we see is due to the lights, the Skyshine lights from a company that is across the street. Well, we're almost done with the night because this is going to be my last image, but I think we have, yeah, you could tell Dwarf 3 is not stacking well. I have 78 images and 62 stacked. So there's either clouds or something's blocking. So I'm going to stop this and we'll take a look at the denoised image. And I don't know why I'm going to do this, but I'll try to denoise on the Seestar Pro, and we'll see if it actually does denoise from the stacked window. I think tonight I've done 5 deep sky objects, and I believe only one of them denoised correctly, but I waited for a long time out of the stacking window. I think all the others I had to go to the album, and of those 4, 3 did actually denoise, but I waited. Oh, and one I couldn't denoise, but oh dear. You can see on the Dwarf image it's split, and that is because my Elgato card has a bug. So in order for me to clean that up, I have to go into the Elgato software, I have to deactivate it, and I have to reactivate it. So for those of you who have Elgato, I hope software is not as buggy as mine. You know, earlier I discussed how much I spec this out to do certain things. I used to be able to build my own computers, and because of a hand injury I don't have the dexterity to do some of the fine work in a computer box. So I had to spec it out and have it built by CyberPower PC, which I've done business with them for a long time. I have like 3 of their computers and I like them. And they do a good job of picking components, and heck, my oldest CyberPower computer is probably older than most of my audience. Or I shouldn't say that, but 12 years old, and I'm still using it. And I have another one that's like 3 years old, which I didn't have the heart to throw away. I still use it. And then I have a couple, or 3 or 4 that I built myself, which I use as servers. I want to go back something. I was just checking to make sure I downloaded. So the image is okay. We'll download it. If you look on the left side of the screen, we've been waiting for a while, and we still have not had a denoised image upload. So it looks like this is going to be 5 out of 6 that failed. And then my trick of going to the album and doing the denoise from the album has a 75% chance of working, according to tonight's statistics. So one of the images, I'm not sure if we throw this into the statistics, but I tried to denoise it, it failed, and then on a whim I did a second denoising and it worked. So that might be a trick that might work if you run into this problem. I think I'm going to give up on waiting. I don't think it's going to provide us a denoised image from the stacking window on the Seestar. So I will come back. I will stop stacking. Then I'll go to the album. I will pick Seestar from the top menu. That's a list of images done tonight, 6 images. This is M81. It should load this. I've not had troubles with it loading at this stage. Image doesn't look too bad, but you can see a gradient, but let us hit the magic wand. And as I explained before, 60 seconds, that's because it requires 60 seconds to denoise an image in which you chose a 4K option in the Seestar. That essentially is a dithered image. If I did not choose the 4K option, it would take 15 seconds to denoise. So, oh, here we go. It took 42 seconds to get to this point. I'm hopeful. The proof is in the pudding. If the image loads up and we see it, then it worked. It has approximately a 75% chance of working using this method, according to tonight's statistics. And for those of you who tuned in late and say, oh, the reason is your upload speed on the internet is rotten. Well, earlier in the night, as I explained, I have a node right between the two scopes. Went out, I measured upload, download speed. Upload speed was about 164 megabits per second. Download speed was about 14 megabits per second. Internet signal strength was pretty good, I forget, but it was maybe less than 50 dB. And I went into, and then I make another argument. If you look at the Dwarf 3, that's an 8 megapixel image. Seestar image is 2 megapixel. The Dwarf uploads that 8 megapixel image every single time, and it's pretty consistent. You know, it might take a few minutes, a couple minutes. So scopes are next to one another. They have exactly the same upload download speed. So it's not the internet that's causing the problem with the Seestar. That is the internal software. And we may have another failure. So that'd be 2 out of 6. Or I'm sorry. Let's look at the statistics. 1 worked from the stacking page. Of the remaining 4 of my first 5 images, 1 failed at this stage out of the album. 3 worked. This might be a second one that failed at the album. So 2 out of 5 would have failed. Man, rotten statistics. That's a 40%, well, let's see, 2 out of 5. Double it, yeah, 40%. 60% worked. might be too early to tell. We'll just let it sit there and see if it finally gives me a denoised object. But I'm not hopeful. I don't think it ever took this long for the others. In the meantime, Seestar Studio is cranking away, processing Dwarf 3 image, and it just finished. So, it's almost 2 megabytes. I do have something, at least with the Dwarf, we can look at. Oh yeah, I can't. So I'm going to have to go back to Seestar Studio to be able to zoom in. So I do original and I do after. So this is my after image. And what I want to do is I want to save a watermark image from my files. And then when I come back, I'm going to look at this image and we'll zoom in. So there's some noise, but we can clean that up in PixInsight. Cigar Galaxy looks okay. Stars on the edges are fine. Yeah, it's a nice image. If I had a little bit of contrast in the image, and it would look a lot better. Well, I wish we could have seen a galaxy with, well, let's try the trick again. This worked once before. I went back to the original image and I tried to denoise a second time. And it worked once before. So, before I sign off, I think it would be interesting to look at a galaxy, because we've been looking at nebula all night, and really do a comparison. Now, mind you that the two companies have algorithms for denoising, and there's certainly a difference. I think Seestar Studio does a better job. But I think there's enough data in the images that you can take images from either telescope and clean them up with Cyril or PixInsight, and they would look reasonably good. There it is, it came. So, for those of you who run into this problem, go to the album, try to denoise it, fails once, go back, open it up again, try to denoise it a second time, and that seems to work. Strange procedure, but it worked. Now, comparing the two images, you can see essentially the gradient from the light source from the company across the street on the Seestar. It's that red U that sits above the cigar galaxy. And I look at the denoised image from Dwarf Labs and Stellar Studio, and you may see a slight gradient, but it's not prominent. So Stellar Studio did a better job of cleaning up the gradient. But let's look at the noise level. So if I take the Seestar object, and I look at Dwarf 3, I think the Dwarf 3 is noisier. I would have to go into PixInsight, clean that up. But the resolution on Bodhi's Galaxy is better with the Dwarf 3 than with the Seestar S30. But that makes sense because I think pixels per arc minute, I think 2.7 maybe on the Dwarf 3, which has the IMX678 chip, and the Seestar 30 Pro has an IMX585 chip, and I think it's 3.7 microns per pixel versus 2.7. So I would expect the Dwarf to have better resolution in such a, in the, I don't know how many arc minutes Bodhi's Galaxy is, but you can do a calculation. I'm getting a little tired, so I'm not going to do the calculation. But yeah, that seems to be a difference in the chip. So in terms of noise reduction, I think the algorithm in the Seestar does a bit better job than the algorithm that Stellar Studio did with the Dwarf 3. But in terms of what the sensor gave you, you have better resolution in the Dwarf 3. But to get that image in the Dwarf 3 to, I guess, a really good image, it would take some processing, additional processing. I haven't tried, auto should have done denoising, but we don't need star correction. I'm just curious. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to try an additional denoise. I've never done this before, so hopefully this will be a learning experience for you as well. I have assumed that auto would do all of the steps, and that the denoise feature was just an individual component of auto, but we'll find out here. Okay. Let us go to Stellar Studio, pick the image. Not deleting it. This is another problem Dwarf has. Nope, that's not the denoised image. I am not sure where they stick the denoised image. Okay. I don't want to, let's just stick with JPEG. I wish there was a way to compare, but this doesn't look like it's any better than the auto. So, no, the denoise does not help it. It would still require going into PixInsight or Cyril or whatever to clean it up. So I'm looking at this. I wish I could blow it up and zoom in, but it's not allowing me to do that, so. But I think you can tell that it still needs to be denoised. All right, well. So I've got the two I can compare. This is auto, this is denoise. Yeah, there is a difference. Denoise did take a little bit of noise out of this, and I can blow it up, but you can see it still has noise. A little contrast would help, but I can't do that with this software. All right, so I'm going to, I don't know if, can't remember if I watermarked it, but I keep it for my records. All right. So with that, I'm going to sign off. Let's see. So, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you come back. Give me a thumbs up if you like the discussion. I'm trying to build viewership. But my goal is to basically use these smart scopes in real time. I want people making a buying decision to be able to see how they operate, see how they stack images, and hopefully by looking at that, make a good choice for purchase. Nothing's cheap, but in terms of astrophotography, it's hard to beat some of these small smart scopes coming out. You look at the Seestar line with the S30, S30 Pro, S50. The S30 Pro is about $600, S50 is about $550, and S30 I think is about $400. And then you look at the Dwarf Lab line of scopes. The Dwarf 3 I believe is about $500, and the Dwarf Mini about $350. And I have done videos of the Dwarf Mini, and it definitely does a good job on images. You go back and look at the images. I actually like the Dwarf Mini images better than I do the Dwarf 3. But I like a lot about the Dwarf 3 as well. In terms of tracking, I think for daytime photography it's hard to beat a Dwarf 3. So each has their strength and weakness, and if you decide on a purchase, think about what you want to do and weigh the benefits and weaknesses of each scope and go with the one that fits your needs best. Personally, and I've been asked this question, which one would I take on a trip? Well, I happen to like the Dwarf 30 Pro because it has a wider angle lens, and if you want to do decent Milky Way shots, that wider angle lens really is a benefit. Now, it can't do the tracking of a Dwarf 3, but when you look at the two scopes side by side, Dwarf 3 does a really good job on star trails, and the Dwarf Mini does a good job on star trails, and the Seestar 30 Pro does a good job. So all three do star trails really well. All three give decent images. So I can recommend any one of them. So with that, I think it depends on your budget. If you can't afford $600 for the S30 Pro, the Dwarf Mini is a great option. So I'll bid you adieu. Clear skies. I'm going to